Sinvec and Thixie is welcome. Thank you for redeeming the 3 package openings, and we have 6 of them total tonight, and we got a few chores. Pretty early stream. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. Okay, I'll get right to it. Start opening some of these up. Okay. So first off, we got a 3-pack of what I believe are 4-foot USB 3.0, USB-A 3.0 extension cables. Came in a pack of 3. Yeah, I needed 1, but this one came in a pack of 3, so whatever. All right. First package in the books. 3 more to go for anyone who wants to redeem them. All right, we got our next wave here, package number 2 of our probiotics that I have on Subscribe and Save. So, very cool. In fact, might as well. I have like 2 days worth of probiotics left today, and I haven't taken it yet. So, I'll take these right now, and then tomorrow I'll take the last couple, and then we can open this one I just got. Okay. Alright, this one's a funny one. I don't know if there's some possible weird chance that Asmodeus might be here. But over the weekend, Asmodeus... I haven't even told Asmodeus this. But Mr. Angel, he posted something on his Instagram story that, you know, was particularly suspicious. And he made very, very loud note about how suspect it was. But you know, it's a product that does exist and actually looks like a good idea. So I did end up buying it. I'll get some more of these lights on. It's slowly getting darker here. Alright, so this is called a mud buster. What you do is when your dog comes back from a walk, I guess you could just like wash your dog's feet with these, which is probably going to be a little bit easier than a towel, maybe. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. It's worth finding out, but I think Mr. Angel was making note of how it kind of looks. I don't know. Well, I'm not sure if this was he was insinuating, but it does look a lot like a an adult play toy. It does look like a fleshlight, so so there it is, the mud buster. All right. Incoming tech calls. Be back later. All right, Anthixius, thank you for the lurk. We got, I guess, one more package that was redeemed. Man bought a dog toy for such Superior Kimchi. Welcome. Anyone who's just tuning in, 2 more packages to redeem. I got 1 more to open right now. Until that happens, what would be a good one? Alright, we'll open up this. We got 2 keyboard related packages and then 1 more not keyboard related. Superior Kimchi, thank you for redeeming that. And thank you for redeeming that last one as well. Alright. So package number 4 is... we got in on GMK Uwu. Honestly, I don't 100% know why I bought this. Like, I'm just not gonna lie. I don't know why I bought this, but I did. So, I guess I could find something to use it on. Is that a Frog Mini? Yes, it is. This is a Frog Mini. I'll take a closer look here. We got the purple HHKB. This was an A stock unit. And this is GMK Pink on Navy. Sexy as fuck. Thank you. I mean, it might not be directed towards me, but I guess that would be more... Oh! Whoops! May have doxed. Whoops. Maybe more directed towards Mr. Gion. Anyways. Okay. Moving along now with two more. Two more to go. Looks like kind of crooked here. Two more packages to go. And for my fifth trick of the night, this package is yet again from Canon Keys, and I will try to be sure not to show my receipt again here. Try. I make no guarantees. All right. We have got two sets here. Count them, two sets of DCS 9009 Alps with the cherry font, at least the cherry style font. Did they give you a refund for your Keck W plates? So that is a piece of news that we're gonna be talking about. I guess I could just, before I open the last package, because you've asked. So yeah, they didn't give me a refund, but they did actually, like offer to remake them at the proper sizes. I had a long email conversation with them over the last like two days or so. Yeah, I think they kind of what I think we've kind of concluded is that it was my fault. It was indeed my fault, but it got a little funny. So like, and they were willing to offer it or like honor a remake just because they knew that they don't normally have this part of their remake policy, but given that there was some confusion and like I guess just among their reader, their UI, as well as the other thing too was that even though it was an unusable like unit for me, like an unusable plate, they did fail to engrave it. So they were just like, hey, like since we forgot to engrave it, and since this is kind of just like a a weird situation, we'll do the remakes this one time, just, and then like we kind of just agreed I need to be more attentive to the actual plates when I do the upload, so I gotta use my eagle eyes here in the future, and we will take care of that. So one thing was when they did say that they would remake it, they mentioned that there was like a slight issue on the plates that I did submit for this. So that's what we're actually going to work on, is just making some of those adjustments. So yeah. Okay. Okay, anyways, these are our DCS 9009 Alps in the cherry font. One thing was All Hex let me know that he actually, and also I realize this is such a mess right here. Let me clean that up. He did. All Hex did mention he bought one of these sets in MX, and then I think he might have had like an order issue. So part of me actually does want to sort through this. And I think that maybe we could call this a chore. Call this our first chore of the night. It's just sorting through this, making sure we got everything. So I'm gonna do it. Where did my window go? There it is. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna just flip all of these right side up, and then we will sort through it from there. It's interesting. I don't really recall, but apparently there's like some ISO keys as part of this. I know that they had ISO enter, but some of these ISO keys I didn't quite recall. One thing I wonder is the whether or not the what was it, the apostrophe key is all thick. I guess we'll find out shortly. Okay, there we go. And I guess I'll do it right here. Escape. Enter. Minus. Good luck on bracket keys. Yeah, no, this is exactly why I'm doing this right now. All hex welcome. At least they're willing to remake poggers. Yeah, hell yeah, because they weren't cheap. The plates. Do F with the nipple. Homing keys with the nipples. My favorite. D. Okay, I see one bracket key. All hex, I'm guessing you reached out to Canon Keys trying to resolve that, right? I would hope so. Sure did. I'm about to mold some R2 DCS caps though. Ooh. Alright, there's alt graph. For some reason I always think it's like alt grade. It's like always the first thing that comes to mind. 6x1. Also, I think I might have been really doing this this overkill here. I've gotten like 2 base sets each of like every DCS Alps key set, or actually even every Alps key set that's come out, just because I want to support. And I don't think it's really necessary because I think like at the end of the day, I just imagine my goal to kind of be like, I want to just have like boards with every single Alp switch, and I just honestly don't think that there's that many Alp switches, that many variants of Alp switches, at least that I would reasonably want to try out. Like there are kind of a lot, but reasonably want to try out, like I just don't think there's very many of them. So now I'm gonna have like kind of a big excess of Alps key sets. So oops. GH. How does DCS feel compared to Cherry? I might get a set and finally finish building my board. Okay, so I'm gonna be totally 100% real. I think that there are a lot of people who say a lot of good things about DCS. I'm honestly really just not the biggest DCS fan. Now, why do I buy so much DCS? Is because, with that said, with everything I've just mentioned, I think it's the best, most customizable option for Alps, specifically Alps. Fuck my life, GMK Serica is $10 cheaper on NK. I bet I've gotten both bracket keys. Dude. I'm sorry, man. Is even getting the cheap Taiha ones or just DCS 9009? Yeah, I did get the Taiha ones. And again, another situation where I might have some excess. So I'm going to see if eventually I might possibly have like kind of enough Alps builds in the future. I just don't 100% know if that's really going to be the case. All right, tilde. There it is. Okay, I think we got everything. Looks good to me. So that will be set 1. Hey, nice, fuck you, congrats. Actually, so the thing is I got 2 sets. Well, it's Alps also, so I mean, I'm guessing you got MX. All hex, so it's a little different. Maybe they're more prone to get Alps right, or more prone to get Alps or to get MX wrong. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I say this is in a different league. This is almost an entirely different key set. All it shares is a name and a shape and colors and legends. But by virtue of it having different stems, it's totally different. It's a totally different key set. If all MX sets are fucked, I'm gonna laugh. No, I'm sure they got you. I'm sure they got you. Wait, so is Serica on sale or something? What's the situation with Serica? Also, just as a heads up, I just wanted to fully disclose, we have a really early stream today here, as you might be able to plainly see. I don't know if this is going to be regular, but I'm just going to disclose why. There's a Laker game in like 40 minutes, and I was trying to stream a little bit earlier, but my whole thing was like, maybe I'll stream real quick and then try to catch like the Laker game, which most definitely isn't going to happen, right? Because I stream long. So hopefully I'll be able to finish and then catch the rest of the Laker game. Maybe. It might not happen. Well, we'll see. We'll see how things go. It's in stock on NK, cheaper than the DCS set was too, not on sale or anything. I see. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so here's the situation with that. Alright, give me 1 second. So, okay, Novel Keys actually just restocked PBT Raw, Cherry PBT Raw, which, again, I'm going to be totally honest about that, too. Am I crazy about the set, PBT Raw? Not really, but it does have a cool S on it, which is enough for me to kind of be crazy about it. I still, like, it just restocked, and I'm thinking, like, man, should I, like, they keep saying limited stock, but should I just wait around again? I'm thinking of, like, just trying to hold out yet again, and then see if it's still around by Black Friday, because I feel like we're pretty close to Black Friday. I mean, I don't know if you guys think, what, like 35, 40 days is very close, but I consider it very close, and I'm just like, why would I order anything from Novel Keys right now? Like, what would I have to gain? Like, it's already the case that Novel Keys has crazy sales, even when it's not, like... Even when there's no occasion. And that's one thing I think I've been hearing people like, why would anyone join a group buy on Novel Keys at this point? When you could just get extras for cheaper than the group buy price. Oh, wait. Why isn't my bot responding to that? Wait, what? Oh, does that not work with prime messages or sub messages? Oh, maybe I don't respond to sub messages. Huh, hold up. This may need to be a thing I have to fix. I'm gonna screenshot this for myself. I'm looking at my logs to see what happened. And then I might have to fix that after stream. There you go. So, okay, let me just explain that. There's different types of messages or actions that happen on Twitch, and I think that a resub message doesn't count like a regular chat, even though it shows up in your chat UI. So I think mine is only responding to chat specific messages, which highlighted messages actually work for it. But again, I'm guessing the resub messages don't. McJizzle, lurk till I can hopefully pop in later. All right, McJizzle, thank you for the lurk. And I'm sure we have plenty to talk about, don't we? I'm sure we have plenty to talk about since yesterday. But all right. What was I saying again? I forgot what I was even talking about prior to that. Oh yeah, Novel Keys. Early ass stream over here. Yeah. Yeah, it's very early. Yeah, I'm gonna hold out buying anything from Novel Keys or just like any like spare parts that like aren't completely 100% critical. I'm just gonna wait till Black Friday. Like, I'm not in any crazy rush right now, I don't think. Like, one of the things that I want to buy those MM parts, the mix match parts from Wuche Studio / JWK. But why not just wait? Like, I kind of need PCBs. Why not just wait? Who knows? Like, maybe come Black Friday, PBT Raw on sale. Why not just wait? Okay, we do have one more package after this, but I still just do want to sort through this because All Hex had me freaked out after that little photo he took. Let's see, shift, enter. I'm not going the fastest at the moment, but it speeds up towards the end. It always does. GX. Two. They didn't include 2U shift, did they? Not like I don't want it, but I'm just like, I hope I didn't like put in the wrong shift. You know what I mean? 6, 5, 7, 3, tab. Need Alt, and backspace. Where is a 1.5 unit backspace? There it is. Okay, is this everything? Oh, we are still missing a few. Put that right there. And then this guy, and one more. Where is that? There it is. Oh, I need a function key and also B. And function. All right, looks good to me. Set number 2 in the books. Allhex, I think you owe me a second fuck you. A fuck you X2. Okay. Very cool. Oh, one more. That guy. All right, we got one more package to open. Guys, this one I am kind of excited about. Ada actually bought this for me. Not keyboard related. But I'm very curious in a potential interesting stream setup here. I don't know if you guys are aware, but there was recently a Amazon Prime early access sale, and I was wondering what the hell is this early access thing for? I realized it's early access for Black Friday, which is a month and a half away. And then I saw this deal. It didn't strike me as first as like special, but then I realized, oh shit, wait a second, guys, these are the new AirPod Pros, and they all, like, within a month, basically a month, it went on sale. Like, there was just a very, very minor sale, but I was like surprised that it would go on sale. So as I understand, this is the one that was just launched, 2022. Second generation AirPods Pro. So I'm thinking, I've never tried AirPods before. I'm not like, I've never been crazy about how everyone kind of looks like an AirPod asshole, but at the same time, I think it would be useful. Like, and one of the things I was thinking of for a while is it might be useful to potentially try to use this for streaming. So one of the things that I have been considering is getting this thing. So I'll just paste it. I don't know how easy it is for me to show this on stream with my setup right now. It's like a Bluetooth audio adapter, and then I hook this up. I would hook this up, I guess, to my mixer. and then try to run this with stream. So I'm thinking about that. Waiting for the hybrid type S to go on sale. Superior Kimchi. That's a good one. I don't know if those go on sale regularly or not. What I do know is like sometimes you could find really good secondhand deals if you're okay with doing like aftermarket. Like it's because it's like it's not a custom or anything like that. It's like pretty relatively mass produced. Like I checked Camel, and they saw that they go down to 350 Canadian. I see. I wonder, is it not cheaper from Fujitsu? And then either way, is that like, is it not cheaper to like find someone secondhand if you're okay with going secondhand? Because I think out here, like it translates roughly to like 370 US shipped, like shipping and tax, and after all that, like it's quite a bit. But for secondhand, sometimes you could just get these, like sometimes people will sell them for like under 250. So okay, that does it for packages. Thank you guys for watching all my packages. Okay, so let's chat about what's up next. We got plate files and we got desoldering tasks. So I guess we'll just kick off these plate files. So let me open up. I guess I need two files to open. This is 12515, and I need the 1100. So these are the files that I sent. Oh, yeah, I've been looking for secondhand as well. Have not seen one. Ah, I see. I see them come up every now and then, but it's like you kind of have to hunt continuously until you find someone who just has it for a good deal. But I've seen people sell them for like definitely like 280 or under, but sometimes you can find them low, like 250, 240, 230. Really not bad. It just depends on if you want it like printed, if it's just stock, or if someone tuned them, which color. Depends on what you might be looking for. But if you're just looking to get an HHKB hybrid type S, then with some luck you should be able to just find some, hopefully. Okay, so the situation is, one sec, let me reread this fella's note to me. So Mr. Pinocchio went along and said here that you know, he'll be able to remake these at the proper sizes, but it's probably also more preferable to send them AI files. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I guess I really haven't been attentive, because again, one of the things, when I was preparing this order originally, I swear it looked fine, even though they have a thing said, hey, is this the right size? I swear it looked fine. But another thing too is that there's probably more corroboration that I haven't been attentive. You can actually upload AI files to Pinocchio, and the whole time I was just thinking they only took SVG, EPS, and DXF. But I don't know if the AI files thing is new or if I've just never paid attention to it. He said if you're doing stuff in Illustrator, you might as well just send it in AI. So I'm gonna start sending these AI files out. Found a Pro Classic for wow, that's really good. Like, I know it's not a hybrid, but 131 USD is crazy. Oh my goodness. That's nuts. Actually nuts. Damn. Like, I'd get a Pro Classic for that price. Okay, anyways. So he said that I could just turn these in as AI files, so I'm going to start saving these as AI files for sure. But one thing he mentioned was I don't have enough space between a couple of these edges and where the cutouts just begin. So what I think might be worthwhile is just trying to fix that. This might be like easy-ish. in a couple of different directions. One is I could shrink this, you know, to whatever, you know, whatever I would want it to be to make sure that that's what was it, 0.60 shorter. Or one thing, the other thing I could do is extend this all the way down and then just have this be the cutout. If I end up using a, what is it, the wire on the south side style PCBs, then this is actually more beneficial than anything. And this is one thing I'm curious about, is like, why don't more boards do this? I'm not sure if it's an acoustic thing. Just have that like be cut out even towards the bottom. Yeah. Does anyone know why don't they just do that? Yeah, local didn't have to pay for shipping. I see. So then here's another situation where this might have to be either cut out, like cutting into the stabilizer, or this needs to be a bigger radius. So a couple options I have, I guess. This one I definitely feel like I want to grow this, because this is just like, at this point this looks so weird and messed up. Like, why wouldn't I just like cut it in? You know? Where does this? 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. So this actually intersects. So, like, one thing, yeah, that's one thing I could do is I could cut this in more, cut this in more, but it's just like it's a goofy looking cut. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna play around with it. Let's play around with this. So what I'm potentially thinking is almost literally just get rid of all of this. It's just how this look like this. What would this be? Like a join? No. I guess this would be a subtract, with this being please select 2 intersecting paths. 2 overlapping. No, that's not what I wanted. That's kind of what I wanted, but this didn't really do the job. Minus back. That's not really working, huh? What if I add another guy there and then did this? How's this working the way I want it to? Is this already broken? Oh, it is. That's why. Okay. So that's what I want. Something like that. Now that looks pretty damn goofy, I'm not gonna lie. Jeez Louise. How much goofier can we make this? How do you like that cutout? What a cutout, right? Am I right? So here's another one that gets kind of funny. Which is, again, we could bite into it, or we could go full stupid with it. Oh my god. I'm trying to just picture that right now. So that is 56.093 minus 54.435. Always go full stupid. Okay, so this is actually enough space there, I think. It's just, it's a whole weird thing, right? So the idea that I had here would be kind of similar, which is let's just like get rid of all of this shit. And then just like fully extend this in. So the distance between those two is actually a little less than 1.2, I think. Or about 1.2. So I wonder if that has to increase at all. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't really fully remember what this was supposed to look like, but let's call this, I'm gonna save this now, and we're gonna save this as an AI file. What's today? The 18th? I wonder if there needs to be more space between these two, which I guess is okay. So we'll put this as this plus 1.6 millimeters. So then we take that, paste that there. And at this stage, I hope that's fine. I just hope it doesn't look ridiculous, which I'm sure it does. Then we'll do the same for these, where we will just, like, I guess cut these out. Nope. There we go. Okay, so now we have like a pretty weirdly cut shape. Like the outer shape is gonna be very strange. But I think this is one of the better directions, maybe, I guess, to go towards. It's just weird, obviously. Okay, meanwhile, here's our other file, which is going to be, it's naturally just going to be really strange as well. So one of the things is some of these lines need to just extend out. And this one right here is definitely weird. Just this whole scenario. Okay, so if I recall correctly, this should be about, yeah, that's 1. So this needs to go to 3, and that should allow for 1.6. Meanwhile, same thing down here. 9.175. Ah. So it's not a full millimeter even. So this guy we need to take down to plus 1.6. So this guy. Okay, that seems chill to me. Is this your new coloring book? Yes. Alex, welcome, by the way, and thank you for the Prime. 28 months of support. Incredible. Take that guy, plus 1.6. And we just need to staircase our way through this, which is kind of silly. What the shit was that? Okay. So for my next trick, let's select everything and then move this like downwards here. So this guy needs to be that plus 1.6. What the? Apologize for the possible sounds. Let's try this again. Okay. Plus 1.6. Okay, so then this is where it gets a little hairy. So take this guy. Oh shit. Take this guy. And then I think we need to shift. Jesus, man. We'll shift this guy over. And why not, while we're at it, do the same thing here? What the? How does that happen? See, I don't get that. Oh, wait a second. I know. So this guy was already 274096. So that'll be 096. So I need to go shift over by 0.129 actually. I don't know what the hell was that, but alright. Okay. Alrighty, so I think there's one last thing here, which is that this placement could potentially be a little funky. This to this is how much space? 258,775 minus 257.304. So that's only about 1.47. Is that the normal amount that we have between these? Because I think that that's where this gets a little bit weird. Two, 5, 6. Oh my god. 413. 254.941. So yeah, that's about the width we want that to be. And I wonder if I could get away with that one. But otherwise, I think that, oh shit. This might be where I want to be. 10, 18, 11,800. If I thin this out anymore, there might be just some weird issue. There might be some strange-ish issue with like how that stabilizer is gonna fit. And I don't want to run that risk. Let me check these. Let's check these sizings. Okay. One of the things worth doing is closing this out and then reopening it, and then seeing if all of the measurements have kind of stayed the same. So the idea is that, like, from this point to this point is that 1.6, and I believe the answer to that is yes. From this to this point, is that also 1.6? And yeah, that's the same. So I could check through all of these just to be sure, but I think hopefully we should be fine. Are these shapes all the size they need to be? Yeah, this is 13.85, so everything should be good. Yeah, this one is the one that's very slightly worrying, but I kind of want to just tell them, hey, can you guys just go for it? And we'll see. Okay. Is that it? Oh shit, you know what? You know what's fucked up is that, like, I almost literally cut into the stabilizers. Like, that's actually what I was doing right here, to be honest. It's basically doing the same thing. What's going on here? I am doing some non-cad plate files. So you know what? I like this a little bit less in terms of what it is I'm doing here at this point. So I think I need to keep this chopped off. I think that's where I might want to be. In fact, I could probably chop this side off a little bit more if I wanted. But one of the things I'm thinking of is maybe restoring a lot of what's here as well. Because I think that might actually just be the smartest move. So I'm going to go grab that board. Okay. Watabi-sab, welcome. Watabi-sab, I don't know if you recall, but I just want to let you know, I think I still owe you some stickers from a past giveaway. But I don't think I've ever connected with you on Discord. So if you care to have some stickers, feel free to hit me up on Discord. For anyone out there who isn't already a part of the Discord, feel free to join that, mostly for notifications on when I go live, but there's also a lot of good discussion in there as well. I think. Sometimes it's me talking to myself, but hopefully it's still... My guy, just give them to someone else. Sabi, you don't want these stickers? I think these stickers are important, unless you really want me to pass them along to someone else. I'm fine with doing that. Also, why not doing in CAD? A question I often get. It's because I've never used good CAD software without the assistance of somebody else. And I'm just familiar with Illustrator. And this is a really controversial thing, right? Like, it's like, I've had some people who are really good with CAD saying, yeah, Illustrator's fine. But I've also had a good number of other people who laugh at this. Some people very much like laughing at this. Okay. I'm gonna do this. Oh shit. Oh, fuck, what'd I do? There we go. Yeah, this scares me. No, no, dude, we're good. No, we're good, dude. Okay, so I think the key is I'm gonna steal this guy. And then the key is to repaste this. Just like that. And then like that. And like that. Resize this artboard. Edit, what is it? Artboards? Document setup. Edit artboards. Just expand this out this way and this way. But I think we're good not having done that top one. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like what I've done here. Okay, so I'm gonna group this guy. We're gonna find the center point of this fella right here. That's 244. As long as the dimensions are right, you should be good, I guess. It's easier on Fusion. I have heard that no fewer than 1 million times. I'm sure it's easier, but I don't know. I like it this way. It's funnier. I like that it's funnier. It's like a good conversation piece here. Just like, are you serious? Oh, whoops. So what I wanted instead was 251, 413, 65, 675. Ah, there we go. One, and then two more. Okay, so we'll lock this guy. Let's also lock that guy for a hot second. Find the center of this fella. 263, 335, 46.625. Take this guy and then replace it there. Okay. And then finally, the center of this guy is that there. And then we'll move this to that point. Haha, alrighty. So then, could take that guy, we'll delete that one. Delete that. And delete that. Okay. Very slick. So, that was so slick. I'm like the slickest non-cad user. Non-cad plate file creator of all time. CG, want to know something? What should I know? What are we knowing today? Any big secrets? KLE plus fusion takes you 1 minute for this. Oh no, but this is more fun. This is way more fun. Okay. Do you have more fun in fusion than this? It's like watching a man hard code a while loop. You got all the fusion users pulling their hair. Perfect. Oh, my goal. That was my goal. Okay. Okay, let me think about how to deal with this. So hold up. I'm gonna open up the last one we were working on. And so this cutout thing wasn't an issue because it just wasn't near anything. But this one is, because it's a 2U. Okay. You're putting flex cut in this? Hell no. This is the goofiest, like, this plate exists for one very stupid purpose, which is it's gonna sit in a compact MX11800 floating, and all it's there for is to align the switches, like align 3-pin switches specifically. But I thought you said you love using Illustrator. We need meme cuts. I guess I could have kept that. What the fuck? Okay. So... what do I want here? So this is what I want, and what the problem we have here by this point is when sending this to the laser cutter, they need at least a 1.6 millimeter boundary just around the entire thing, or this is what they say they prefer. I can shrink down these stabilizer cutouts. I'm not 100% sure it'll fit, but at the same time, I guess maybe I could extend this upwards, like the whole plate. And that would hopefully not encounter, we wouldn't encounter any huge problems with that. So... The question is this plate have too large of a forehead? And my guess is no. Just based off of this guy right here. There's like enough space for me to slip in a large portion of my own finger under here. So I think we're good. But yeah, anyways, no, so when it comes to meme cuts, I'm going to pass on the meme cuts because I think the whole point, the whole exercise of this is just to make it easier to build the board, not to have this be a stupid plate. To be a ridiculous plate in all sense of the words. The whole purpose of this is to be a plate that works for building this board with a plate. That's my response to that. All right. Close this up a little bit. We're going to close it up all the way, but whatever, it's fine. I don't care. Ah, shit. I fucked up. Forgot to unlock these guys. Oh, that could have been bad, huh? What am I undoing and redoing? Stroke? Okay. Why the hell do I have layer 1 and 2? What the fuck is going on? Okay. Okay, I mean, I think I'm done, but I get nervous. I get a little nervous with all this. Like, this is dipped by a small percentage for some reason. Like by about 0.18 millimeters. So that might be worthwhile to fix. Okay. I think we're good. I hope. But now I want to check. Haha. I tricked myself here because it's like there's extra stabilized keys that I just don't really have to account for on all my other plates. Okay. I think we're done. I think we're done. I'd like to be done with this. I'm sure that there will be a million more eagle eye checks when we are when I'm about to upload this and send this over. Okay. So, moving along here. The rest of tonight's work will be working on desoldering some stuff for what is going to be actually a couple of different purposes. So, I'm going to pause really quickly just to check a few things. So it is about 7:20 p.m. right now, and this this Lakers-Warriors game had a 7 p.m. start, yet it still hasn't started, which is good. All right, so let's chat about what I need to work on. I have a couple boxes here that contains some Polaris stuff, and one of them at the very least I'm going to desolder. I already know that for sure. But another thing that I wanted to check for was this reality here of whether it's worthwhile to consider doing rebuilds on both, provided that I don't think I ever actually took into account the fact that this uses an actually like a thinner PCB. Yeah, I can see that like it doesn't actually really fully clip. Maybe that might be one of the reasons why there's some ticking. This doesn't actually tick that bad though. Ah, it kind of does. Okay, so damn, I might have 4 things to desolder, and I don't know if I'm even gonna get to all of them. So yeah, I might have 2 Polaris builds to desolder. I don't think we need to do all of these tonight. So 4 things here. I'm just gonna write these down for everyone here to see, but also as a reminder to myself. Polaris number 1, Polaris number 2, Sirius number 1, and Alopow. These 4 guys are ones that I have to, or I want to desolder for just a multitude of different reasons. So the first 2 Polaris ones I want to desolder because I'm using 1.6 millimeter stabilizers on these 1.2 millimeter PCBs. Meanwhile, Polaris number 1, I guess this counts as number 1, the one that's not attached, has some switches that I want to end up using for some Franken switching. And then meanwhile, I also wanted to take that PCB, or either one of these PCBs, and then do an entirely separate build with a plate that I do not yet have. I'm working on trying to get this plate. I've been trying to work to get this one particular Polaris plate for some time now. Haven't been able to. Weird mix-ups. They just sometimes kind of happen, right? That's this build that I want to Franken switch on. Meanwhile, this build right here is also probably worthwhile to desolder, just because it contains a Franken switch that works kind of well with the plate, like in terms of like just fitment. But it's a switch that everyone says is stupid. like I've gotten it more than once, which is that why would you put a silent switch in a Polaris? So that's another one worth going towards, and I don't think I need to really. I don't need to do it right away. I think that's the funny thing about that. Okay. Next step is we got this Sirius build, which again also isn't actually attached to. It isn't actually attached to the board that I. The actual case. Oh, I realize I'm not even showing this. It's not even attached to the case that I want to actually desolder from, but oh, I'm trying to recall. Trying to recall this. One is I wanted to rebuild this one. One Up PCB and Jelly POM. It's what year is it? Holy. No, you know what's okay. There's a few things interesting about this. This Jelly POM is actually slightly more modern than fuck One Up. What did One Up do? Okay, there's a few things here. This Jelly POM is slightly more modern than the idea of a Jelly POM in the past because I think it took them a while to produce a 7U like kitting for Jelly POM. I guess fuck One Up in general, why not? Okay, fuck their PCB. Okay, so funny thing about that. Funny you should say that. I can imagine why someone could say that. By any chance, does it have to do with this thing? The fact that there's no drilled hole for this long right shift? Because that is one of the reasons why I actually like this PCB, kind of. They had this PCB sell for really cheap because they had a long right shift stabilizer drilling issue, which did not matter to me. If you use long right shift on a 60, you need help. Yeah, for sure. Hammer Brother, what's going on? Welcome. But another thing, too, is that this actually works really perfectly. The switches are rotated. I don't know what you call this. They're north facing, south. I don't know which facing is the one that people hate. But they're the ways that like this is the direction that everyone hates. But it's fine because the Jelly POM or this POM set in particular is like OEM profile. So you're not gonna have like the housing crashes. I hate east-west facing on my icky. Stupid. Oh, I didn't even know they made that. Crazy. But all hex, what's your problem? I'm guessing those are the two problems with this PCB that turned out to be non-problems given all of this. So one of the things though was they east-west the enter keys for compatibility. I see. That's weird. That's super weird. No, you're right. My problem is the flip switch direction, which doesn't matter for OEM. But here's the kicker. The kicker was that the Sirius is like it's a board literally made fully of POM, except for the fact that there's like a brass weight in it. It came with a POM plate. I have some POM keycaps on this, and then I have these cobalt POM switches in here. The problem was when I heard about cobalt POM switches, I was like, ooh, an all POM switch, you can make an all POM build. Turns out that I think the stems, something in this isn't actually POM. It's like, what the fuck? And then I found out that like cream switches from Novel Keys / Kale are all POM. Yeah, they are. And it's just like, wait, why didn't I know this? Like I guess I just didn't read. But what's even crazier is the fact that they have the quote unquote broken in switches, which, you know, I never care about breaking in switches because switches are just generally going to be smooth enough for me. But they're all white. So if I were to get those all white switches and then get like the white POM keycaps, then I could have an actually fully white build that goes with this white PCB from One Up. So I think I'm gonna do that, you know. And then I guess I could use like white TX stabilizers. But the thing is, like, I need to go and get those dream, like those Novel Keys dream switches, they call them, that are the broken in creams that are all white. But I'm gonna wait to get those till Black Friday, or Cyber Monday or whatever, because it's like there's a likelihood that there's gonna be like a sale for that. On top of that, like, I'm in no rush to do this build, you know. Like, it's like I don't really care. I was actually planning on doing a serious build tomorrow that had nothing to do with anything that's in here. So maybe one thing I could do is I could steal the stabilizers out of this, and then throw them in. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so I'm definitely going to desolder this. I am probably going to desolder this. The Polaris right here, maybe I'll desolder depending on how long things take. And then finally, the last thing I have is this Alopow, which is the plateless tray mount that we've added these random blockers to in the corners. I want to desolder these, so I mean, I'm not gonna lie, my only reasoning for this is that, like, the cobalts that would come out of this I would put into here just because I think they theme better, given that it's a blue case with these gray blockers and cobalts are blue and gray. What's pausing me from doing that or wanting to do that is the fact that I mounted these keycaps on, which I actually really quite like. I actually really quite like these Geek Arc Mono Hongo keycaps, but because they're mono Hongo, I don't know where they would go, and it's like I'd have to. I mean, I could leave this here for just a little while, keep this on the VOD so that I can pause my video so that I could know exactly where these keys are supposed to go. But it's just like, it's a little bit annoying, you know, like a little tiny bit annoying. That makes sense? I don't know. Maybe what I could do, perfect board to leave in an office. Maybe what I could do is, I won't desolder this tonight. I'll run some future build. So what am I building? My plans for this week were to build this, like, a separate MX, like different plate, different PCB, tomorrow with different switches as well. What was on my calendar here? My prospective stream schedule. It looks like I have the BMEC plotted for Thursday. So I can't really move this because the BMEC requires two 2.75U space keys, which is, that's like the big problem with the BMEC, aside from the macro column. So what I could do is maybe I'll wait till I'm working on some other build. Like, say, for example, I was thinking of maybe working my stupid Sanyo 60 rebuild next week, where I previously really stupidly used a JST PCB, so like I have the daughter board just sticking out of there. Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe whenever I do that rebuild on that new PCB, I'll throw on these keycaps one by one onto those switches. So that way I don't really have to lose my place. And then I'll be able to desolder this pretty cleanly. Nobody will take it. unless they're Korean. Like, unless they type in Korean. Okay, does that seem like a good deal? I think this seems like a good deal. We'll desolder these two guys. At the very least, we'll desolder these two guys, and I'll see how I feel after that. We'll see if there's more to do. This is also contingent upon how fast it takes me to desolder these things. And again, that's also because, like, speed is a factor here. Because I want to catch, like, the end of this Laker game, which somehow still hasn't started. Kind of crazy. Oh, you know why it hasn't started? It's because it's ring night. The Warriors won last year. So then they have to do a whole stupid ass ceremony. Okay. Let me... I'm gonna adjust some parts of my setup here, so bear with me. I'm gonna move this for now. I mean, I guess this would have been a cool game to go to. It is here in San Francisco. It's probably going nuts out there right now. It's about a mile and a half, 2 miles away from me. But it probably, I mean, those tickets are probably no fewer than one infinity dollars. Okie doke. Here is our work mat. Let's also go in this view. I like this view. And let's also turn on one more light. And finally, alrighty. Oh shit, I forgot to turn it on. Oh well. We need to take off all these keycaps anyways. Ah, fuck. That's the problem with this too. Is that these need to go on something. I wonder, okay, maybe I do just have boards that don't have keycaps on them. Let me go and check that. Then maybe I could just do a little transfer. Because if I have one, perfect. If I have two, maybe better. Because then I can do a third desolder job tonight. Luckily, I keep all of my information tabulated. Okay, so I have a Cara. Oh, my PH60. Wait, there's no way. I have two There's no way I have two PH60s built. That's a damn lie. Also, these are kind of loose. Oh, one of them is an Alps PH60. Okay, so I do have exactly two boards. That don't have any keycaps on them. So I'm gonna go grab them. And then I'll transfer them over. It's the Cara and the PH60. Oh, and so there is one final ulterior motive to wanting to desolder either or both of, it doesn't matter, only one of matters, but the Sirius and the Alopow. I need to harvest that PCB, essentially. Because I actually need, in this particular case, a DZ60 to help with that duck poker build. Alright, luckily it's so easy that I can just like lift these off. Guys, this is also a Cherry MX White switches. Oh fuck, this is it's stepped. Like what the hell? Okay, so I apparently can't use that. Oh fuck. Damn it. I also have no idea. Was there only a stepped? Is that why I chose it? Funny enough, I actually think these rainbow POM keycaps did also come from 1UP as well. But I think they might have been sourced from somewhere else. Possibly Escape, because Escape I knew was at least one of the vendors doing 7U 7U POM. But again, I'm left to wonder here. Okay, so we could do that Sirius, but I do need to figure out what to do with this whole situation. Why don't we do the same thing here with the PH60? So for those who recall, we took off of this board was the gold keycaps. We were running gold on this PC. Okay, luckily this one here isn't so bad. This top row. Oh, Hammer Brother, you still here? Okay, so I got a little spoiler for Thursday's stream. Thursday we're gonna be. It's not a BMEC rebuild. It's actually a second build with the POM plate. We do still need to do that first assembly rebuild because the stupid stabilizer. But the BMEC we're gonna be doing a second assembly build with a POM plate. Nai Gogo, thank you for the follow. We're gonna be using clickies, but I have a surprise / spoiler for you guys. I actually did the tactile mod for these clickies that I have. So I did buy 2 sets of clickies. I kept one of them tactile and I put that in the Hello M0110. But I just that was for the clicky ones, and I think they were the heavier ones. But I did over the last few days work on tactilifying and then subsequently tuning these clicky switches, the lighter ones. And I gotta say, like, in hand, they feel pretty good. Like, I don't think I felt an MX switch that's felt like that in some time. But I know that, like, a lot of people might be getting clickies specifically because they're clicky and they have a click leaf in them. But actually doing the tactile mod was really particularly interesting, and I'm curious but cautious to see how they'll feel when you actually mount them to a board. And maybe, you know, what better board to potentially use it on than the BMEC, which is my favorite current board. So we'll see how that goes. If you actually look up the Clickies, I don't know. I think it was the Clickies product page. They talk about how the tactile mod for them makes them. I think the quote was, makes them feel almost BKE like. And so when you try it in hand, it's like there's like definitely no pre-travel, but it also does feel really different from, say, something like a Zelio or something. All right. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna go on BRB for like 2 minutes. And we're back. We are back. I think that was like 30 seconds. Hammer Brother, you think you just missed my little spiel here. So Thursday's build, we're gonna do my BMEC, the HHKB Alice, but we're gonna do it with lubed tactile clickies. I don't know if you had a chance to try tactile clickies, but they are definitely something. At least in hand. I'm trying to see what they feel like on a board. All right. So there is a Geek Arc monohungal on this polycarbonate PH60, which looks pretty damn nice. Okay. And then, finally, let's uncap this guy. And these, since they have legends that I can perfectly read, I don't need to throw these onto any other board. But on top of that, I don't really have other boards that don't have keycaps on them right now, which is good. I realize I always forget to do this, but gotta put this spacebar in basically first. Oh, I was reminded. This is a PC half plate, so maybe this is a this is a potential build where we can throw on one of those aluminum inverse alpha half plates once we do a rebuild. Oh, another item to note. I have forgotten this, but apparently I put the gas... I think I had so many gaskets, and I put enough gaskets... Or I had enough gaskets to basically put these on the plate instead of on the board. Are those Zelios? Yes. So these are all candidates to be desoldered today for many different reasons. The reasons why I'm desoldering all of these are varied and plenty. These ones in particular, these Zelios, I'm intending to use the housings for a different Franken switch. Alrighty. I'm gonna say, honestly, this one's the least critical. It's the least critical to desolder, but maybe we'll get to it. We'll see. We get to it, we get to it. There's also the fourth one, which is the Polaris, the one that's actually in the build. We could desolder that potentially as well. Okay, I need to also get the heat on here. Okie doke. And then while that's heating up, I might as well take some time, sort a few things. I'm going to look through that rainbow jelly thing. Okay, so here are my rainbow jelly extras. And the key is, can we find the full touch caps lock key? Alright, I got it. There it is. Full touch there. This is my Ramakara Soya with rainbow jelly POM and cherry white. Stickered cherry white. Alright, I also never got around to the tidying, but that's okay. Oh, what if we get to all of them? I feel like pretty confident right now that we could do a lot of desolder work tonight. I just have everything like kind of here in front of me. In that particular case, and maybe it's worthwhile also, before we get started, I'll start pulling off these keycaps as well. Let me grab another bag. GMK VOC with the alternate alphas. Love this look, but also even the like the two-tone version, which was like the regular base kit, actually does look really good with the Soya Kara, because I have the purple backplate that was supposed to go with that that purple colorway. We put that purple translucent back weight on the Soya, and then like it basically just like it matches so perfectly with the VOC base. These switches in here are a Franken switch of Cherry Silent Black in Novel Keys Cream housing. And what I'm eventually going to do is this guy right here that I'm intending to desolder, one of these other Polaris builds above here. These Zelio switches, I'm going to use those housings for Cherry Silent Red stems. Forgot this again. Trying to do the space bar first. I remember really wanting this E-yellow because I did see that like some guy at some point had an HH, specifically an E-yellow HHKB Polaris. And this like E-yellow is very orange. But I saw him use it. I saw this fella use it with ski data. I was like, that's a really good look. So I just like, I bid it, and that's what I had there. At one point I did use GMK Classic Blue with the blue base. So like the all blue alphas. And I threw it on here, and then like a friend of mine that I'd known from a long while ago, he popped into stream. This was like over a year ago. He's like, it looks like IKEA. And I might want to run that again at some point. Just because that's like kind of an amusing thing. Okay. So we at least definitely need to do these two. This one is like 4th priority after the Alopow. So potentially we are going to be desoldering minimum 120 switches today and potentially up to 240. Okay, let's get to it. Grab this guy. Alrighty guys, here we, oh shit, what the fuck, here we go. might try to do row cleaning every row, or nozzle cleaning every row. This one's interesting too. It's a half plate, so those middle ones are going to be kind of easy to remove. Alright, at the halfway point, I'll clean out the pipe filter. I'll just do it now. Ooh, that's hot. How's desoldering going lately? Do we need another 3-hour cleaning stream? We had some issues with it last time, but you know, it's like, it's always, it could always potentially be something different. There's so many points of, I don't know if I call it failure, but there's so many points of potential places to like look at and clean and replace like filters for. So, or replace parts for. But it's good. I think we got it to a point at the end of our last desoldering session where it's like it's pretty good now. So we should be good for a little while. I think. I hope. Remains to be seen. What I think I'll do is I'll try to do like a full filter clean and nozzle check every 20 or so switches. I think that'll be like a good pacing. For all this. So, oh, here was another thing I wanted to mention. So, for a lot of vendors, I'm kind of going to be waiting on buying supplies and such from till Black Friday or so. But it turns out I think some vendors have been running October sales. One of which in particular is Geon. So I'm debating like actually doing a pretty big-ish buy from Geon, just because the thing is a sale from Geon is a little tough as someone who's stateside, just because shipping kind of does kill a lot of the deal that you would get from this from these sales. Oh, I think I'm one over. Okay. Desk Hero in Canada, pretty decent sale, right on. But yeah, Geon has some pretty good deals right now, like cherry switches. There's one specific JWK switch that they stock that's like half off. It's kind of nuts. Again, we'll periodically be cleaning here. God damn, it's hot. Sometimes it's so damn hot to clean that filter. I got a V1.1 plate from Gian. He added some other random stuff to make the shipping work. Oh. That's cool. But yeah, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Gian has stands now. And what's really interesting is that, like, there's 2 different colors of stands, but there's 4 variations, because for each of those colors, there's 2 different, like, stand angles. So one is a 60-degree angle, which is close to the one that's behind me. Then the other one's a 30-degree angle, which is a lot flatter. I think 60 makes for, you know, displaying it on shelves pretty well. But one thing that I started thinking of for the 30-degree is that, like, it's probably good for just like a different angle of pictures you would take, like if you're into like shooting your keyboards. Real question is, which vendors will be able to stay alive during this downturn? Huh. It's a funny one. It's like, is it a downturn? Is it not permanent? One thing is, I think, I don't know. Part of me thinks that the pandemic was really good to, like, it was really good for interest in the hobby. It wasn't good for timelines by any stretch of the means, but it was really good for, like, it made people think that there was like a lot going for it, you know? And not to say that there isn't still a lot going for the hobby, but I think the idea is that, like, there were some really big, like, influential people. Like, I pause to say influencers or content creators, because I think just in general the idea of being influential, in the idea of like a hobby, or just like from the point of like being able to sell things, is really important. And I think a lot of people who had disposable income wanted to spend it during the pandemic. And I think that it's crazy because those influential people, like, a lot of them are no longer in the hobby. And then a lot of the people with disposable income probably don't necessarily want to spend that much on keyboards anymore by comparison. So it's weird because, like, we finally hit this point where, like, there's a lot of places that are doing stuff that's in stock, which is exactly what the people in the hobby wanted during this whole time. But it's like it's possibly a different demographic of people, possibly in terms of numbers. from before. So I'm just like, I don't know if this is just a downturn more than it is like in the hobby, more than it is like potentially like a normalization. A normalization back to, or like a regression to the mean, you know? It is weird and kind of crazy though to see like vendors like close up shop though. It's kind of sad, you know. For, you know, even just from a consumer standpoint, like some of the stuff that some of these vendors had were great, but it's like it's also sad just like the bigger picture of like why it's happened. I meant more of the downturn in economy in general. People keeping wallets tight. Stuff is too much money in general. Food. Oh, fair. I thought you were referring to more of the downturn of the hobby, but it is also still true in relation to the hobby, which is like people probably want to spend their income a little bit less on keyboard stuff. There's other things in general, especially now, or oh shit, might not necessarily be the weirdness of like the state of the world when it comes to like a pandemic that we haven't really seen before, but more just the everything else. Okay, before I actually, no, I can still clean this and I still should. Everything related to dominoes, yeah, for sure. Okay, we're gonna try to do at least 3 nozzle cleans per board, so that's roughly every 20 switches or so, since every one of these is 60 switches. Which does produce a lot of like solder gunk in these filters, so this is like pretty appropriate, I think. Ah, shit, that's hot. Fuck, this metal clip thing popped out. Damn it, is this filter done? Alright, we're gonna try to keep going with this filter, but if it's done, then we'll replace it. Technique, what's going on? Colors and frame looking good today? Really? Well, that's fantastic. I don't know that I've done anything really particularly different, but that's fantastic. Think I nailed my interview this week? Right on, A. Oh man, I hope you did. And I'm sure you did. Okay, so let's try pulling these switches off, seeing if everything worked out all right. And some of these are interesting because it's plateless, so we could just pull some of this stuff off. I'm kind of, I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm kind of like happy, or like just in looking at what's going on tonight specifically, I kind of like being this zoomed back in. Like I used to like zoom really far out, like something like this, but I kind of like this. At least I did better. Team was adding me on LinkedIn right after. Nice. Hey, I hope it goes really well, man. All right, so I think maybe worthwhile to chat about it now. I think we might have to again when McJizzle pops back in a little bit later. But guys, Guys, we got the dub on the S2000 Mini. Recruited a few, including Technique and All Hex. My buddy Alex, Mr. Alexander Lowe. Myself, but most importantly, Ada. Ada, the only one out of all of us who actually got the dub. So no, we didn't get more than one win. And the thing is, like, it was like 1,500 entries for 300 boards. And then, like, you know, about half. So there's actually only about half that went to the US. But interestingly enough, it's like if there were 5 of us, and that was like a 20% chance, then I think that like kind of was exactly what was expected. Out of the 5 of us, and one of us actually won, and it was Ada. Yeah, it played out literally just as expected, I guess. In retrospect, I didn't know how many people were gonna enter. I look at it this way. I think Heine is a really, really big player in the game right now, right? So I'm surprised that, like, he ran a raffle where everyone got one. And then here it's like, I mean, I think just with the Dalco and I guess the house, maybe it's just different because of the hype surrounding, you know, what the theme was and maybe how they looked and the construction. But I didn't know exactly what to expect. All I knew is that, like, the Dalcos seem to sell like crazy on the aftermarket. Super, super marked up. So it's like, that's kind of what made me think, like, yeah, I might need some extra entries. Okay, so a couple things here, right? One is we wanted to use these for Franken switching. But the other thing too is that these are not the right stabilizers, because this is a 1.2 millimeter PCB. That Moonrock Anno was really nice, not gonna lie. Only thing that reminded me of an S2000. Hey, look, truthfully, I don't know anything about cars. So all I know is I really like HHKBs, and this was a really, really, really pretty wood. Not gonna lie. I think McJizzle said that the Formula One red one was supposed to be like too soon Junior Johnny Tran. The red one's supposed to look like the engine or something like that. I think that's what he mentioned. Played by Korean. Don't get me started. I have no idea what we're talking about right now. Oh, Fast and Furious. I have I've never watched a Fast and Furious movie. There, I said it. You and PC Load Letter have never seen a oh, okay. I was definitely furious. Sad. Okay, so the interesting thing is that for the potentially 4 boards that I'll be soldering tonight, 3 of them kind of should have their stabilizers replaced. So let me think about that. Why would I do that? You know, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll keep this here. The only one I really, really need to change out. We're going to work on a Sirius build tomorrow. So we only really need to change that one out for that. The next time I'm going to actually need to use stabilizers would probably be 2 weeks from now. One second. I'm checking a few things here. So 2 weeks from now, I am tentatively scheduled for a Falcon Alps build, but I actually don't remember what that Falcon Alps plate looks like, or that PCB. I mean, I could just go grab it. I was just hoping I could find a picture of them, but I probably should just grab them. Oh, also, I think... Shit. Okay, I think this was a scenario... Fuck, I think this was a scenario where I didn't actually change out the spacebar spring, but I guess we'll find out anyways, because I'm using these for Franken switching entirely anyways. Oh shit, I think I am gonna need to desolder 3. Yeah, okay, I remember now. How many keyboards do you own at the moment? This is somewhat up to date, so I don't know if you count on the way or not. But I guess the only one that would be added to this list right now would be on the way. I'm probably going to have a pretty big overhaul of this list. Maybe tonight, maybe by the end of this week. Kind of upset that I slept through the first 10 minutes of the Frog Mini. That purple looks nice. The purple's really nice. But you know what's funny is that there's gonna be subsequent drops, and I'm very certain they're gonna be much easier, and I'm pretty certain they're gonna keep running the purple. Like, the purple's great, and the next one's light purple. Oh, interesting. Okay, so there will be frogs, but they might be in different colors. I know that there's supposed to be like an E-white one, right? Okay, let's put this away. Alright, this one's the next one up. One up. Oh, there's a little pun for you there. Black, red, light purple, green. Oh, green's gonna be cool. There's so few green boards, and green is like, it's a frog. So, green would make sense. I think people are really going to go for the green. Black and red are funny because it's just like they just ran those, and that was definitely the least popular of the 3 colors. Or like the ones that weren't purple, you know? Okay, let's get it. Alright, so I look at this. We're probably going to desolder all 4. Why the hell not? Harbor Gray, pretty nice. Oh, for the TKL. I see. Solder cleaning stream coming up. Yeah, this is going to be very, very fluxy on this white PCB. Is it bad to just leave flux on? All this, like, it's the brown shit, right? I've never cleaned it off. Okay. That makes me feel a little better. I'll try it. I do have this 99.9% isopropyl alcohol and a toothbrush. Such a pain to clean anyways. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it after. Pink. Ooh, the pink might be nice, huh? I feel like there's sometimes where it's like I gotta chill on certain colors for boards. As my collection grows, I mean, we're gonna just start running out of colors, but I have a low amount of brown keyboards. There really should be more brown keyboards. More wood, more brown anno. Beige is beige, but brown is brown, you know? According to PC, you're just spreading it around if you do that. I see. I see. Yeah, the tub method might be the only actual way. Okay, so I'm not even... Okay, with that then, with that said then, you guys are saying I shouldn't try it. Like, why waste my time? I'm not an expert, I've never done it. Okay. It just feels completely sticky now. Okay, I'm not gonna try it then. Alright, we're almost nearing our 20 switches. We did, it's always, I think it's 15, 13, no, 15, 14, 13, and then there's 7, and then there's 60 minus whatever's at the bottom. 15, 14, 13. That would be 42 plus 7, 11? There's no way this is 11. Just tape mod and hide the brown. 15 plus 14 is 29. 11. Wait, am I stupid? Hold up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ah, shit. Okay, it's... I'm an idiot. There's not 7 at the bottom. It's 5. Okay. 15, 14, 13, 13, 5. I should then do this and then this to hit 1/3. Top row and bottom row. That's exactly 1/3. I don't know why I don't just do that. No clean flux is so shitty. Okay. Cleaning time! Alright. Real good, real good. Yeah, no clean absorbs some moisture, so it makes cleaning even worse. I see. Keyser, what's going on? Welcome. Must be called no clean because it's useless. Go Gumahai. I'm sure I got that totally wrong. Welcome, HHKB builds only. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Now we have a very, very rare non-HHKB once in a blue moon, but yes, for the most part, HHKB builds only, yes. Do you own an actual HHKB? I own a few. I'm gonna be totally honest in saying that the reason why I own kind of a few of them is they're all just like waiting to become donor boards for housings that are kind of like on the way, or maybe in some cases yet to be released. Show us the Veracity steel. Could. Let's make a deal. I will show the Veracity if, you know, once I do all 4 of these boards. We're desoldering 4 boards tonight. We are halfway through the second one. Oops, I think I did one more than I was supposed to, but all good. Okay, so cleaning session time. All the homies here, huh? Yeah. We are all here, aren't we? Also, is this a better view? I realized we could do that view. Oh shit. Bro. I think this filter's done. I dropped, there's like this metal insert that goes into these filters, and that one just like completely popped out, and I'm like not gonna fish it out of my trash can. Like, it's gross, and it's probably still hot as shit. So you just grab a new one. Company you interviewed is in FiDi? What's wrong with FiDi? My office used to be in FiDi. Ooh, that sounds clean. Oh. East San... Oh, okay. You're in East San Jose. It's like the East San Jose Financial District? You're talking about San Francisco's financial district. That's pretty far. Wait. You interviewed for a company, you don't know where they're located? You didn't know this in advance? You knew it was in San Francisco, that was it. These are hard times, my man. True, true. Would you consider, like, moving up the peninsula? Okay. I never liked the city. Maybe San Mateo. I see. I love this city, man. I mean, there's a lot of issues with the city for sure, but I like where I'm at and what it affords me. Like I'm oh, you're used to suburbia? Okay, fair. For me, I think a big thing about it for myself is I'm right next to like a couple of very popular concert venues. And I mean, in general, I like going to shows, but also on top of that is I began like actually shooting shows, so it's just like it's just so helpful living in the city. It's so nice being in the city for those particular reasons. But I see how that's not necessarily for everyone. Seen too many homeless people jerking it on the street. Yeah, I mean, in that respect, it's a very, it's sad. It's sad that things are this way specifically. I will say that. Like, one thing that I think is not so great is, I mean, I've been in San Francisco for a short period of time, and I think I've come at like literally what I think would be considered the worst possible time for the evolution or de-evolution of like the wealth inequality gap that's caused people to kind of view like all of this so negatively. And it's really hard because I would be, oh boy, hold on, gotta clean this. I feel like it would be unfair for me to not say that I'm someone who contributes to that, which that part makes it kind of sad, kind of rough. But I understand. There's a lot to it. 100%. And I truthfully just it sucks. I don't have all the best answers for how I would respond to the general overarching conversation. But I can understand also that like there's a level of discomfort that a lot of people would have. It's an impossible situation, like I get it and I empathize, like I buy them a meal a lot of the time, but it's just become so normalized. It's hard. It's hard, man. Like I'm just one guy. I'm just some dude. You know. Okay. Okay. I think we're done here. So let's try to pop off these switches. But an important one is you gotta I'm gonna put the space bar like in a slightly different spot, just because that one is for sure going to be different. These are okay that I've kind of potentially scrambled them up if there was a spacebar switch, and that's okay because we're going to Franken switch with those anyways. We're going to break those down into parts. But for all the rest of these, it's like we're just harvesting at this point, so these are good, and we got the spacebar separated. Dandy. Ooh, these are tight. It's a tight fit. I think it's the housings, the plastic legs might be really tight on this. So it's important to be kind of careful. I didn't forget to desolder this. It's just really tight in there. A lot of these are. Ooh, god damn. My goodness. Alright. I realized I may have knocked this a tiny bit. Also, let's zoom in. Let's try this. Hopefully that's a very, very modestly better angle. Ooh, my goodness. It's like it's popping off the plate. Alright, I think it's pretty much all popped off the plate. The course of action here by this point is just trying to get the switches out of the PCB. You know what I think can kind of help is the plastic legs. You can kind of like push them out with your fingernails if you have fingernails. And that way it's kind of like if you're able to get it out that way, that means like the legs are good in terms of the desoldering those metal legs. Just a couple more. Ooh, I'm getting hungry. You guys hungry? Kind of hungry. I think this is one of those nights where I go pick up a falafel after stream. What do you guys think? Nice little falafel wrap. You guys like cucumber? I hate cucumber. Actually, there's a falafel joint right next to me. They sell falafel and pizza by the slice. And I usually get my... I asked to sub the cucumbers with spinach. I think it's time to order some Taco Bell nacho fries. Actually, the other night, it was Sunday night. Sunday night, we went to a... Oh, that was a crazy event. I don't know if the fella sometimes... oh, by the way, Gogumahe. Thank you for the follow 13 minutes ago. Just noticed the notification. But thank you and welcome. The guy has been here on stream every now and then. I don't know how often he still comes by, but old friend of mine. He had a wedding banquet on Sunday evening, and I didn't 100% know what I was walking into. I thought it was like just a light dinner, but no, it was a big old wedding banquet. Like it was basically a wedding banquet or reception. I don't know what you call it. McJizzle was going on. Hey, we got some stuff to talk about, but I gotta tell the story. So, what was interesting is it was like a Chinese like wedding banquet, and big old thing. I got invited. It was like 400 people, and it occurred to me that, wait a second, me and Ada we don't eat meat, so we go back to the guys like early on, maybe a couple weeks back, say like, hey, just wanted to check in. Are there gonna be like veggie options there? And you know, we had this conversation about, you know, how to sort of proceed. He said like, okay, the waiters or like the wait staff will take care of you once you get there. And so we get there, and it was just a crazy event. 400 people. I've never been at a wedding situation. It wasn't wedding, but a wedding banquet with that many people before. Sorry, I'm grabbing some of this stuff here. The waitstaff did take care of us. We asked for a couple dishes that were like off their prefix menu. But I guess the funny thing was like we were seated at a table with like 6 other people, and then I don't think they knew that like those were the meatless dishes that were like meant for us, because everything, there was like a 14-course situation, and I think the other people started eating some of our stuff. Whole reason I bring this up was because regardless of what was going to happen with the dinner, Ada and I had just decided beforehand, like, let's just hit up Taco Bell after, because like who knows how full we'll be. We did eat like a pretty good amount, but we still went and hit up Taco Bell. I did get some nacho fries. Oh, nacho fries, so good. So good. But that was an otherwise interesting event too, because there were a lot of... I hope I'm not doxing, but I'm just going to say it anyways. There were, like, I don't know how many of us were expecting this at all. Like, I had forgotten this about my friend, but there were a lot of city and state officials at this wedding thing, to the point where it was just like, we were like confused, because they were like speaking. They all had like speaking parts. And I was like, whoa. Like, what? What is going on here? So that was a whole thing. Anyways, I gotta lift this out. Now, one thing is that this is a tray mount board. And we did this plateless. There's a lot of weird things with the board, but one of the things we did was when you screwed it in, we put these O-rings. It's like screw O-ring, PCB, O-ring, standoff, I believe. So I have to be like somewhat careful-ish that I don't lose some of these pieces. Okay, I may have already lost one. Oh, that's interesting. These O-rings at the bottom definitely got smashed up. All right, they're almost to the point where it's just like, these might be duds. Like, you use these O-rings like once, and then that's about it. Interesting. So I bought all those tiny O-rings off Amazon, and it's like they almost might be one-time use, because as soon as you screw in, if you screw in too tight, they get compressed like that. It's a little funky. But okay, we'll continue along here. All right, so the key is we're going to desolder this guy. And the purpose is we just want to use those cobalts we just desoldered here on this board, just because it's going to be themed a little better. Then that frees up these Kiwi switches to be thrown into some other build, which I quite like. I don't know if these have gotten much flack, but I actually quite like these Kiwi switches. They're by C3, I think. Come from TKC, but you know, I like them. They're a good tactile switch, I think. 3 things of nacho fries. Cannot even imagine eating more food right now. I pigged out on Chinese food because our local favorite Chinese spot is closing soon. 3 nacho fries sounds gnarly. The nacho fries are good, man. I had a veggie Mexican pizza, and then the recent like special that they have is the Chipotle cheddar chalupa. Oh, I just realized it's probably like for alliteration, huh? Bro, did you guys ever try those? Oh, they also have the grilled cheese burrito, but I remember I tried ordering it last time. It's just full of rice. Don't they have like enchiladas? They do. How was the Mexican pizza? I'm sure people like the regular Mexican pizza, but we go veggie, and it's good. I don't know what to say other than it's pretty damn good. I don't know why I never ordered them in the past, but you know, Taco Bell is really cool for vegetarians, not gonna lie. What else? Oh, they used to do this fuck, what was it? It was so damn good. It was like a toasted cheddar chalupa, where like the chalupa flatbread shell was like, it was like toasted cheese on the flatbread. Isn't that just a tostada? It definitely is a tostada, but it's like, it's a 2-layer tostada. Love that thing. Yeah, hell yeah. I usually get the veggie option from Taco Bell. The beans make me fart less than the beef, which is kind of amazing, isn't it? Like somehow the beans are the ones that make you like less bubbly. And remember when they had that lime sauce? I don't remember that. I think there was a long period of time where I wasn't going to Taco Bell because I didn't really know that they were good for veggie. But truth is, they are. Also, I see that kiwis are nice. They're my first Switch love. Yeah, these are great. But you know, again, freeze up to use in another build where I can appreciate them. However it may be. And then, meanwhile, the PCB. This PCB gets freed up, which I think I'll be using in the duck poker. So we can do the duck poker sooner rather than me having to shell out money I don't want to for a PCB that's soon probably going to be on sale. just use this instead. And this DD60 is going to be really important for the duck poker because it has 1.25U compatibility, which is something that's going to be really important to me. A long ass time ago. I don't know if I remember it. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but Ada has a pretty interesting hack, which is she just like gets a bean burrito, and then she gets like a Fiesta Power Bowl, and then it's like you could make a really good burrito out of just like mixing the two. Hey, what's the difference between caps lock and locking caps in vial? I don't use vial, but if I were to guess, my guess is it's for like lock type switches, which the MX version of lock has become really, really incredibly rare. For Alps, it also exists, but I don't know if it's like really sought out because it's Alps. But the idea is that like it's a key that you hold down to be caps lock, like, or not hold down, but like it gets held down by itself. Like there's a mechanism from within the switch that keeps it down, which would be different from like a locking shift, because your caps lock isn't supposed to like chord for the symbol keys on your number row. Lock switches are a meme. I have two somewhere. Meme or not, they have become stupidly expensive. It's crazy. Oh, Ada's here, guys, Ada's here. Ada with the Taco Bell hack. It's a literal caps lock, yeah. Yeah, I remember I bought a few like MX lock keys when they were like $3, and then I just sold them at cost, and then now it's like people on the aftermarket trying to sell them, flip them for like 60 to $100 per switch. It's stupid. It's so dumb. It's like, it's not even like, I don't know, I guess like the mechanism is like not really particularly useful. Like, I mean, it's like, it's kind of cool, but like, I mean, like, is it a make or break for a keyboard? That's Elgo, he just flips. Nice enough guy though. Oh, McJizzle, so this is what I was going to talk about. Hey, did you get the dub? You get the dub last night? Lurk while I go make room for Taco Bell? Nice. Oh, I realized I need to do a cleaning. By way of buddy, my buddy, I didn't get it directly, but I'll be getting a fully loaded Win-keyless 2000 SE. Nice, dude. Congrats. How many entries did you recruit? It is Moonrock. Nice. Very nice. Where the hell did I put my cleaning thing? What the H? Oh shit, it's right here. I got like 4 entries. Nice. I had 5.5. Let's go with 5.5. Not including my... Oh, okay. So we had the same amount. All right. Nice. Yeah, so Ada won it. Guys, Ada won it. I got myself the Formula Red HHKB by way of Ada. It's crazy. So you know what's crazy? 4.5, but I know what you mean. It's like someone was like, yeah, I think for us we had 5.5 because it was how good our keyboard said, like, I'll enter it and I'll let you know. It's like, I'll let you know if I want to keep it. Probably, yeah, the probability crazy consistent because it was 1 out of 5 for me and 1 out of 5 for you basically, and then it was like just pretty much about what 20% given the number of entries. All right, cleaning up off camera here. Very iconic. I'm incredibly stoked to see it come in. I cannot believe that I technically got one. Hey, let's just call it you got one. We had like 3 total dubs in my local keyboard Discord, 3, maybe 4. Not bad. Not bad at all. Nice, man. I'm happy for you. I'm happy that we both got one, and we both got the one that we wanted, you know? Oh, so good. Again, big thanks to Ada. Big thanks to McJizzle's friend. Big thanks to everyone who helped me out and McJizzle out. Hey, shouts out. Shouts out everybody. Very happy for both of us. Seems like it'll be a very, very nice keyboard, even though it's kind of the hype board. Yeah, for sure. This is the first significant, like really significant raffle I think I've won board-wise. Like I've done like artisan raffles, and, you know, every now and then it's like a real occasion when I do raffles. Unless it's archetype, I try to get an archetype all the time, but even then, wins only some of the time. But yeah, super exciting, and yeah, it's like it's one of those situations where it's like, I don't know. I wonder. I honestly wonder. It's like, where do I fit in the spectrum of people who should be owning things? Like, I think there's a lot of, like, say for example, just like people in the hobby, but like also group buy runners or designers, whatever, who might not like people who are in it just to flip. Like me, I'm not flipping, but I am hoarding. I am definitely collecting / hoarding hard. It's like, is that better? I don't know if that's, I don't know how much better that is. I think I get a little self-conscious that, like, the way in which I collect might not be considered necessarily as appreciative compared to someone who like getting like a hype or a, you know, low number like raffle board. Like if someone who gets that like doesn't have a large collection but like keeps it. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a weird way for me to look at it. I'm not sure what to tell you on that one. I almost had the option come up on another one. I was gonna grab it for someone else if someone else that didn't get one and really wanted one. Fair. I'm like, hell yeah, I want it. Not for resale, but I think one of the things that makes me like think twice, the reason why I bring that up of like why I pause to think is because there are these notions of like whales who like buy and then like really like hoard or hide. And for that it's just like, ah, man, that's a little sad that it'll just disappear. You know? No one wanted it, I would have definitely sold aftermarket, just not a scalper price. Yeah, that's what's up. Okay. You gotta wonder how many things are out there like that, like SA Phantom, for example, for sure. I mean, yeah, SA Phantom's sick. Love SA Phantom. SA Phantom is, like, it's not flat, right? It's sculpted through all the rows. Because if it's flat, then I wouldn't want it at all. If it's like uniform row 3. Uniform row 3 sucks. I saw it posted on R&D KBD Discord, and yeah, sculpted. I see. Crazy, man. I mean, still at the same time, it's chill. Like, you can't, like, I feel like you can't have everything, you know, like, but some people can, I guess. I think that's kind of what happens with a lot of like the older historical artisans, is like they go and disappear. Like, I definitely have some shit that's disappeared. Like lost artifacts. It's just yeah, I'm trying to think of there's one particular thing I can think of really easily that I have that's like yeah, it kind of, someone asked what keycaps were and the dude went, "I'm sorry." Well, here's the thing about SA Phantom. Here's the thing about SA Phantom. Okay. I'm pausing a little bit because I'm about to say something that's like, I mean, probably just not even really fully accurate. But like, you can kind of just run anything with SP. Like, not really anything. Like, if someone were to say that, like, as a designer, they would block anyone from rerunning, like, a specific colorway. Like, how do I put it? Because it's like infringing upon what the designer was trying to do, then I kind of get that. But at the same time, like, who's to say you can't just like choose a purple and choose a white or a cream or whatever for the legends, and then just like it's like, oh, I'm just running something that looks cool. And like the MOQ for SP is like not that high. Like if you wanted to vend it, like what would stop anybody, you know? Like I've talked about this and chatted this with Bronze does anything. Hi there, I'm Bronze. I finally feel sane watching the stream. Anyway, hi there. What about this makes you feel sane? Does this make you feel sane? Like me desoldering stuff, or are you enjoying the conversation here? I appreciate you and welcome. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Chainsaw Kitty Games. Hi there. I'm writing a book to help people that want to be entrepreneurs actually make the jump to entrepreneurship. I'm currently out of topics to write about, and I decided to ask small streamers if they have any ideas. You are essentially building a small entertainment business by streaming, so I figured you could help brainstorm. I can't come up with like very many ideas. I recognize you're coming here. I don't know if it's necessarily to promo. I don't necessarily hate when people come into promo. I can't guarantee you that I'd give you anything useful. Mr. or Mrs. or however you might like to be addressed. Chainsaw. No promo. I don't have a product yet. Community development done. Yeah, I don't know that I have anything necessarily helpful. I think is an important note. Because I don't even necessarily think that I'm doing anything really particularly entrepreneurial at this point. Like I'm just a dude. I'm a dude with a bunch of equipment, and I like sharing what I have on stream, but by no means is this a profitable business. Yeah, I'm chilling. I guess it comes down to how far you're willing to stretch the definition of a business versus a hobby, because I think that there are some real tax implications there. Like, as I recently found out when doing my own taxes this last year. Okay, well, dang it, say with streaming you'll grow trust. Yeah, no, I think a big part of it is like I've been constantly procrastinating on this notion that I'll produce YouTube videos, actual YouTube content that could potentially be you know, something that would be monetizable. Yeah, I just procrastinating. Alright, let me go back here. Okay, so I'll get back to the whole signature plastics things later, because I think there's suddenly a lot of pretty bustling conversation here. Can't you write off boards you buy? How do I put this? Not so easily. Like, from my vantage point, not so easily. As I understand, as a guy who was trying to do my taxes this past year, I think that there's an important part of this where it's like, not at this rate. Definitely not at this rate, considering that, like, the income I make from Twitch versus, like the amount I spend on this is... There's a very, very, very large imbalance. To the point where it's like, yeah, this is literally a hobby. And and just think about that in multiple ways, is that like I'm spending all my time collecting boards and I'm not doing like any services. Um, there's how do I put this? There's some like because I haven't really really I haven't at all like filed to be a sole proprietorship or a business LLC or whatever. Like I'm still just a guy. Um, there's a notion that like you can't just like file these like 1099s and just keep taking loss after loss every year, like before they just look at it and say like this guy's dicking around with taxes, so just write off one board. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it boils down to. I mean, like at this point it's like what I'm writing off more so is like all the equipment that I just constantly am buying, like just between cameras and just stream equipment specifically. So it's like at some point the money is just money, it's just numbers. But when it boils down to it, it's like what I'm writing in as line items are not the boards. It's more so the equipment. So I wasn't really saying, because what they call the people were saying they were painting something on a digital thing, and I'm like, in my head was going crazy when I said that. Yeah, I'm not quite certain what that's referring to. Are you referring to, like, when it comes to painting, are you referring to when people are using brushes to lubricate switches? I'm not 100% sure I follow, but welcome. I meant when the streamer said they were painting oil paintings on a digital program, but they're not even physically painting something. That drove me crazy. I see. I see. I'm not much by way of like necessarily like a visual artist who like illustrates or paints digitally or physically, so I can't really venture to say. What I do know is like maybe the apt comparison, like as someone like I shoot photos, like to call me a photographer is a little bit of a stretch, because I'm just some dude. But the analog would maybe be like, I think when people try to do like film filters on digital photos, I think maybe that might be the comparison you're making. I think that if you started with a corporation like an LLC and the LLC owned the boards, then probably the boards are part of the content being created. Yeah. Yes. With that said, though, is that like, does it count to like just take advantage of whatever tax benefits you get if you're just producing loss after loss year after year? That's what I wonder. Like, if every year I'm down, let's just pretend if every year I'm down $1 billion, but I keep writing things off, like like that seems a little suspicious. That seemed a little suspicious, like in general conceptually, and it seemed a little suspicious when I was trying to like just read about what it is if I'm not an LLC from this standpoint. Also, these are again really tight in some of these holes, so I'm struggling to just remove these, even though this is just completely plateless. Icy Philippe, by the way, welcome. Let me try to catch up on these messages here. You can't file a keyboard as an individual. Sorry, I'm reading some of these out of order while I'm struggling to remove these switches. I apologize. Can you not? Like, I mean, like as a Twitch affiliate, like you kind of are accounted for, like, I guess like royalties as like an independent contractor, right? But in that respect, I'm just an individual contractor, not a business. But like you wouldn't be able to just write off keyboards as equipment. I mean, again, like this camera, these cameras, I guess I kind of count them as equipment, but still considered digital painting. The goal with the stream is that your stream itself is auto-sufficient with gear and software. Ah, I see. Got it. Dispatch owns the stream and most of the keyboards. I see. So, let me see if I get this right. And I'm guessing it's like a lot of really big keyboard streamers must do that too, right? Like, I'm guessing it would be like Teja, Alex Odos. Just other big content creators are probably doing something similar. I'm guessing. But like, what does that really mean though? Like, if your company owns it and you don't, I don't know. Is that... Ah, Jesus, shit, man. God damn it. Like, is it just literally a weird legal thing and like you have nothing really to worry about? God damn. You can't oil paint without oil paint. And it's like you can digitally paint in the style of oil in the same way that you can. And I know I'm jumping around a bit between these topics. In the same way that like you can really, really work your way into a film type look on a digital photo. At the end of the day, it's what it is, but you can kind of get it to look that way, but then it's like semantics, right? And maybe that's what both of these topics are, is about semantics. Oil paint is the medium, not the process. Yeah, it's semantics. You can net zero, but you can't keep going under. I see. Well, what if you do keep going under? Like, what if? Like, it's just like you just can't write it into your taxes, but you're just using your personal money? Like, is that what that boils down to? Like, what is the rule? Oh my god, these last two. Come on. If a digital medium emulates it well enough to maintain the same techniques, I feel it can be a slightly gray area. Again, like I look at it like it comes down to labels, right? Like it's just like it's a gray area because you think like enough so that you would like to label it something. Did that whole sequence of words make sense? I don't know. I'm not even sure if that was a question or a sentence that I just spoke. If I make mac and cheese but there's no real cheese in the kit, that it's mac and fake. Pretty sure that's why Kraft mac and cheese is called Kraft dinner in Canada. But this is different. Jordan works for Dispatch Cables. Dispatch owns the stream, and with the revenue of cables, he can sink the cost of a lot more than your Twitch revenue. Law is crazy, man. That's all I gotta say. AI generated art was being called art for a while. I think at that point, on a real note, it would be considered almost postmodern, in the comment of recreating oil painting digitally is inherently not oil painting. I guess the way I see it, as I've seen traditional oil painters move to digital, it doesn't make them less of an oil painter in my mind. Ah, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'm just gonna be repeating myself, but it's like an oil painter is a person who paints with oil. Like, what's the criteria to become someone who's called, like, do you just have to paint with oil once in your life? You know, okay, so this might be worthwhile to talk about on stream. I think, maybe. Let me also sort out a few things here. Remind me to talk about prints. This conversation of prints I'd very much like to have, but only once I finish organizing some of these things. bear with me, thank you. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put this piece of foam right here because my other alternative is to pull this work mat out and then I'm gonna have to put it back on later. But it is there's a lot of like junk, trash, just solder boogers, whatever on this mat, and so I'm trying to avoid that while I pull out the Polaris. I'll pull out the Polaris and then just work with it on top of this foam. Luckily enough, I actually have two pieces of foam here. So we're gonna do one more keyboard to desolder, which is this Polaris build. So let's do it. I went to school for fine art, emphasizing in digital art. I have no issues with digital mediums, but a digital medium emulating an analog process is not the analog thing. The final product is not an oil painting. Fair. That's fair. I think, I find that fair. Like, if our good friend here, Bronze Does Everything, is somewhat triggered by this idea that an artist, like a digital artist out there, is saying that they are currently oil painting, I actually understand that. I do understand that, to be fair. It would be more accurate to say I am digitally painting something in the style of oil. I think. And like, I personally would not have a problem saying that, but you guys know me. I pay no mind to trying to be somewhat clearer, even if it takes a lot longer to do so. A la my ability to name all the parts in a Frankenswitch. Rather than call it a like the more publicly known Frankenswitch name, which is not even a real name. Okay. Let me see here. How does someone earn the title artist? Yeah, I'm going to come back to that, but I also want to see, I see Philippe has said here, well, the way taxes work, you either give that money to the government or you reinvest in the company to reduce your annual benefit. Huh, man. So complicated. Like, I'm just not gonna lie. It's just like, I get it, but it's like, plotting this out for what it is that I do is, chat talks about art, me in the middle talks about taxes. No, they're both good conversations, both of which I do want to have. It's just very strange that they both suddenly happen at the same time. Okay, do I need to also pull these out? I'm guessing there's screws under this and I just don't remember. Wrong size. Like, let me try to look at it from a weird perspective that I'm sure some people would just hate. I don't know if morally is the right word, but like, you guys must be well aware of me. Like, for those of you who have been here for a while, you guys must be well aware of me. I make it no secret that, again, I'm just a guy. Ah, there were 2 more screws under. I'm just a guy, right? So when I say that, it's like, I like collecting things. Now, I look at it also like, I could kind of parlay my desire to collect things into something like maybe a little bit more than that, from the standpoint of like, hey, like if I can produce some kind of content for other people to enjoy by way of, say, streams, videos, what have you, photos, whatever. Like, is it still a business if I'm doing all of that and still taking a loss or a significant loss? Like, at what point of it is like, do I have to, if I were to start like an LLC or something, right? Like, would my business own some of my boards, and then I would own some of my boards when it is I go into a loss? Like, is that how we talk about that or consider that? I don't know. Looks like I tape modded this, and I think I tape modded this because of shorts. I believe that's the reason I did that. Okay, so we got all this off. Good. Let me again just sort some of this stuff out here. And thank you again for the patience. Okay. All right, I can get rid of these now. That's something an American accountant should answer. I don't want to mention the exact specifics of being Canadian. I see. Is there something under here? Why is this it's like wobbly? Okay. Okay. Let me try to catch up on some of these messages. I'm also a fine art major. Okay. It's the same thing with cars. Same idea as cars right now. Some manufacturers are trying to create simulated manual transmissions in electric cars, or actual manual transmissions cars in electric cars. But it will never truly be the same thing as a stick shift with a gas motor, since both systems do the same thing in different ways. Ah. Interesting way to look at it. Companies are taxed on revenue, income, so you can artificially reduce revenue by buying stuff. Ah. I don't want to. Okay. I consider myself more of a traditional artist. Also, the best part of oil painting is the smell of linseed oil and terps. Ah. And how long it takes to dry. Ah. Yeah, it comes so flat. Using those paint suspenders don't work that well. The acrylic gel that slows the drying. Dang. Some of this stuff I have never experienced. It's like I'd love to, but I just... Like, it's a lot. Like, it's a lot, right? For someone who, like, I don't know. I might not be, the most artistically gifted person in the world or anything, but it's like there'd be a lot of overhead just to get a feeling. Which is like something that I similarly get when, my process of photography, I think. Working with photofilm, like, is not just producing a really strong picture. In fact, I consider myself to be a really quite poor photographer. I'm a guy that just takes photos, and I hope the photos are all right. But the process of it is nice. Developing the photos and what you can do while you develop photos and while you do everything else, like, say, for example, the scans, the digital inversions, like what you do in camera. Like, it's the whole process of it is... That's the art, right? I was a photography minor too. Ah, I see. I can't paint with acrylic to save my life. Water and oil in my jam. More into drawing graphite and charcoal. I'm a terrible painter. Okay. So real quick, maybe we can marry some of these conversations, because there was one thing that I did want to sort of talk about, which is I shoot concerts. Some of them is just like I'll bring a pocket camera and I'll take a photo. Some of them are like, I'm doing this work for Golden Voice. I actually shoot for Golden Voice when they can give me the shows that I want to shoot. So it's like it works both ways in terms of how I get work with Golden Voice. I want to shoot shows. Will they give it to me? Comes together. That's how I shoot for it. One thing that has come to mind is, how does it work when it comes to the legality of the art? Say, if I wanted to sell prints, whether they be inkjet prints or actual, like, darkroom prints, like, where do you draw the line on how good it is, like on how legally you can. One thing was I came across this article, and you probably just Google it, because there's a weird, not huge amount of resources on this topic in particular of does it make sense, or like what's the legality behind selling concert photography prints. It's case by case. This article I read was really interesting because they made these points back and forth as to like, you can, you can't, you should, you shouldn't. Because I think it's as long as you have consent from the person you're shooting to sell the pics. Yes, to an extent. Or how do I put this? Not to an extent. You're right. You are right. But the thing is, what is the likelihood of you getting that before someone says, hey, we don't want you to profit off of, you know, the artist's likeliness or likelihood or whatever? Is that the word? I hope I'm saying the right word. But it's like, what gives, like, what incentive does an artist or, you know, an artist's team, like a business, whatever you call them, like have to allow someone else to like make money off of them? I'm sure there is, but like, it's just like I'm looking at it in the most pessimistic case. It's like there's none. Like if it's editorial, you can. Stock photos get away with that method. Yeah, but like just prints. Like I love this notion of selling prints. Like I love this notion that like I have taken pictures that I personally like. I would hope that other people like the photos that I take when I shoot concert photos. And I think the notion that like I might like to put these on my wall would be cool. But I also like this notion that, hey, would other people like my photography enough to post, to put up these photos up on their wall? Like I it's nice, right? Like it's a nice idea. But like how would it really realistically work? It is your right to do so. This applies to any photos you take of anyone in public, as long as you're not selling them for commercial purposes. Uses for advertising a product or service in a brochure, magazine ad, television commercial, etc. You're free to sell such images. It's like a venue's not public though, right? Like that's the thing too, is that like there was like some kind of arrangement between like an artist and potentially a label to allow for like there was an arrangement between a business, like that business, with another business, which is like the promoter and the venue holder, to have a private event for which, you know, tickets were sold, right? This article that I read, what it brought up was kind of interesting, was that like there was like a court ruling in New York where basically someone was trying to sell prints, and then there was like a whole I guess lawsuit, I suppose. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh shit, I just fucked up this work mat even more. Oh shit, that is crazy. I think that this pin was really hot, and I set it down and it started just basically pulling literally the fibers off of this work mat. What the hell was that? Cease and desist before a lawsuit. I could be wrong. It might have been a cease and desist. I'm not 100% sure. What I do know is I was vaguely reading this article that like was pitting someone in some kind of a trouble, whether it's a cease and desist or a lawsuit. You guys might know more about law and law terminology than I do. Whatever it was, a judge ruled in favor of the photographer, saying that like given that they were someone who could be considered a fine artist, like they were allowed to produce a limited run of something that like resembled a print, even if it contained the likeliness of somebody else who was famous and might not have necessarily wanted this idea of being profited. It was technically legally allowed. So that was like the encouraging part of reading this article. But the discouraging part was their later emphasis in the article of this notion of being considered a fine artist. Like that this person who actually quote unquote won this case already had been known as someone who was a fine artist. So like, I don't know. If I wanted to sell a print of Tyler the Creator or Japanese Breakfast or I don't know, just somebody else, like what trouble could I reasonably get into? Is something that is a constant question in my mind before I even begin the process. Something I think about. And some, like, even this article that I'm referring to, I can find it. I have to link it later. It's just, I'm talking about this article you guys don't even have access to right now. But, it's like they said, like, what's the likelihood of you getting in trouble? Not very high unless, like, you, like, really blow up, you know? God, law shit can be dumb as hell. Yeah. Yep. Like, they ended saying, yeah, at the very end of it, you probably should just ask for permission. It's like, that was how the article ended. Oh, another thing that the court stipulated was that like it had to be like a limited run, and it had to be signed. Like it had to be signed. Sonus, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Well, good to see you. I tried catching your streams. I'm trying to catch your streams, but it's like I got these meetings in the morning. Just like things just happen that way. Okay, real quick, I want to pause here and just mention one of the reasons, this is the fourth and last board that we're going to be desoldering. Purpose of this is to move these switches into something else because I've gotten far too many comments that this is a really ridiculous sort of setup to have, a POM plate silent switches in a Polaris. And yeah, it's worthwhile for me to just try something else. I kind of want to use these in potentially another board anyways, So that plus, again, a second situation here of using the wrong stabilizers for this PCB. These are 1.6 millimeter width stabilizers, but this is a 1.2 millimeter PCB, and that's our intent with this. Okay, so yeah, anyways, continuing along as, or just to finish off the conversation. Yes, I'm interested in potentially at some point producing some prints. I don't know if you guys might share the same music tastes as, not my music taste necessarily, but the tastes of the shows that I shoot. But I just figured, like, you know, maybe it could be kind of cool, like, I don't know, at least to get in some capacity reimbursed for reimbursed for some of the things that I spend my money on, like all these cameras. All these cameras and all these keyboards. I've gone through legal shit before and I had a lot of people through the process tell me I should try getting into law, but after a week of dealing with it, I just shook my head at everyone saying that like that is no way to live. I'm amazed people enjoy being that involved in the law. Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, I got some close lawyer friends, and man, yeah, it's challenging. It's challenging to know, just like, law is crazy. Speaking of photography, I'd really like to get into street photography. I think that entire concept is actually cool. Street photography is hard. Like, I don't know. Like, I think for me, street photography is really hard. And, like, I don't know. I think that there's like, for me, there's a bar. There's a bar where it's like, I'm below that bar. Where it's like, if I'm trying to do street photography, at some point it's just like, it feels like I'm just taking pictures of nothing. But then there's a bar that like a lot of people who are not me cross, where it's just like, okay, these pictures look good. Like, you know? My sister is a lawyer. Gotta have some people that want to make it better though, for sure, for sure. Just noticed your message after a little when I turned my chat. Sorry for not responding. No worries about that. No worries. And thanks for joining the Discord, by the way. I did see that, but then like, and then I had work. I like concert photography. I like concert photography, like, and it's like, maybe this is one reason why it's like, it's hard to get into like real concert photography for sure, but it's also for the same reason that like concert photography basically probably pays nothing in comparison to like other forms of photography. A lot of concert photography, at least, is it's there's a big part of it that I look at it like, this is made to be easy for you, and you still have to be good, but like a big part of it is made very easy for the concert photographer, which is that like you're already bound by limitations. You're already bound by just everything. Like, if the lighting is bad, the lighting was just bad. Like, so just like, you get the best shot you can. And sometimes it's just a total loss. And then other times it's like, okay, you can salvage this in some way. Or can you? And then on top of that, it's like, they're already, like, they've already been styled. Like the actual, your subject, the performers. Like, you don't have, like, like me as a concert photographer, a guy who shoots at concerts, it's like I didn't have to wait. Like, there didn't really have to be like a whole giant, like a whole process of really like art direction. Like, it was already set up. like the set is there. Like, the stylists already did their job putting together the outfits. Someone already did the stage design. Let's get the shot. Do you photograph anything other than concerts and keyboards? I mean, not really. Like, I mean, just like for fun, like, you know, I'll bring a pocket camera with me out sometimes, or it's just like if I'm going out to like just a little outing, I'll do it. But at that point, it's like candids and snapshots, really. Like, for me, it's like, it's kind of just like, and like, you know, for me doing it all on photo film, it's like, you know, just capture the moment just real quick. Like, how do I put this? I hope that I try not to make it a big secret that like, I don't think that I'm that strong of a guy who's like you would call a photographer. Like, I'm not that strong of a photographer from the standpoint of putting like a picture that is really, really, really well composed and has like really like at its core, on its own, a large value of artistic merit. like I don't know that I'd say that, but like, I think for me, I look at it like the artistic merit was the whole process. And it's like the artistry might not be able to be seen in the final product, and I mean, that's how it is. That's why I look at it like I might not be the best photographer out there, but it's something I enjoy doing, you know. A creative photographer, not a technical one. There you go. Dark Mode Media, welcome, by the way. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, I think it's time to clean this tank here, or this the filter as well as the nozzle. That's why I like landscapes. It's just you and the camera, because I was into zone exposures in the dark room. So I've only ever done like actual darkroom stuff when I was like 7 years old. Ooh. Does this need like lubricant or something? This is getting tight. Is this extra hot? I feel like I've been burning this this mat multiple times. I'd seen this thing. It was like a it was just like an enlarger head that you can attach to a copy stand. Like, I have a copy stand. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's just like this guy right here is a copy stand. I use this to scan my photos digitally. But I saw this, like, it's like an enlarger head that you just attach to a copy stand, and it's like, oh, that seems like it would be useful if I wanted to do my own darkroom prints. But it's just like, it's something that I'd have to learn and invest in, and I think it would be worthwhile. But it's just like, oh, that's a whole nother thing. I was also looking into getting like an inkjet, like a really, really nice inkjet printer. Like, I think a big one that everyone seems to really, really like is the, I think it's called the Canon Pro 1000, which is like a pretty decently hefty investment, but also worthwhile to note is like, there are even like bigger, crazier ones, but at some point I have to figure out how to actually space all these things out. Like, physically space them in my apartment. Also, I dropped some hot liquid solder that has hardened onto this desk mat. Boy, this desk mat is taking a lot of heat tonight, man. A lot of heat. All of my artwork was super high concept. That is what I liked about pinhole photography. I often made cameras out of objects that would then have a relation to the images created. My favorite was a clock that I left in a public place. I used 35mm film, but no framing, so the images would overlap. And because it was all pinhole, the exposures were really long, so the people were just blurs. The camera would advance the film every 5 minutes. The prints from that project were crazy. So, where do I go with this? When I was 7 years old, my second grade teacher was a 50-year-old guy, and he was like, people argued he was like the most fun teacher because in his classroom he had a boat. Like, he was a big boat guy, and he had a small boat, and then sometimes like we'd have like story time, and then like the kids in the class would rotate like who gets to be on the boat today or whatever. But he was also cool because, I don't know, he was just a real quirky guy, and you know, I'm pretty sure he probably deviated really far from the curriculum, right? But he how many have I done? I think I got this, my last row, I guess. We had a unit on photography, and so this is what I was saying. Like, I was 7 years old. We did like pinhole photography and like darkroom prints. And that was really cool. Like, I feel like I had the coolest photos in that class, but you know, that's probably just me being super, super not humble. Me being very egotistical. But yeah, like he made like a bunch of pinhole cameras for us, and some of them were really interesting. Like he made one out of like an oatmeal can. Damn, that's some next level shit. Anyways, I should talk about some of the traditional experimental fun. Yeah. Basically, chlorophyll prints. I was the SF MoMA I think has some chlorophyll prints. They're pretty crazy, or like prints that are like these, where they're just like the prints are done on some crazy shit. Yeah, yeah. We were just out there about 2 months ago. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like my arm is like a little tired. Like this is a pretty lightweight gun compared to the FR301, but I'm just like I'm kind of like shaking right now because I'm just like, oh, this is like 240 switches by this point, and it's like, you know, two legs per switch, so I've had to do this 480 times. My hand's kind of shaking a little bit. But we're almost done. I think we're on the last switch here. Coming up. Chris, have you ever done any cyanotype printing? You can print photo negatives on transparency and leave it on the sun and it develops with water. I haven't done that. I haven't done very many, like, just, like, what we would consider analog prints. Like, most of what I do is, like, most of what I do is basically manipulating the film, like during the development process, and then manipulations of how like the film gets into my computer, like the inversion process specifically. Okay, I think I hit all of them, but let's find out. Actually, before I do that, I should probably clean this out. I want to though. I want to do. I'd like the opportunity to do some analog prints. I think that would be really cool. And so, and also that's the funny thing too is, okay, just going back to talking about legality. Boy, is it because I've done 480 switches, or is it because this is really tightened? Like, did my needle get all shitty? Cleaning pin, I guess that's what they call it. This is a 1.3 millimeter pin. And this is a 1.6 millimeter nozzle. And at some point here, this pin has gotten really, really tight. And I just replaced the nozzle. Granted, I have in this time done about 5 boards now. Oh shit, that's hot. I shouldn't touch that. I wonder how much of a beating these nozzles can really take. Last time around it was like 7 months, but like somehow, it's like, I don't know, man. This pin, this cleaning pin, it's gotten tighter. I have another cleaning pin that's 1.0 millimeters, and that would probably fit way easier. Alright, before I put it away, it's like I do have to remove these switches, make sure I got all the solder out. Van Dyke brown prints are similar to cyanotype, but brown instead of blue. I think the chemicals are more toxic, though. I remember using a light meter. Uses a chemical reaction sensor, so it probably doesn't work anymore. Ooh. Okay, so we'll put this one off to the side because that's a space bar. All right, pretty nice. Still have several gray cards somewhere in 2 photoreal tanks with reels and a dark bag. Yeah, that's like a couple times a month for me sometimes. Yeah, I always try to come back from concerts with like, when I have to shoot it officially for Golden Voice, it's always like 3 rolls. With just regular shows that I just have a pocket camera for, it's usually like anywhere from half a roll to 2. This is funny though, because it's like, it's a little pocket camera, right? Like, you're really just banging out a whole, what is now $20 roll of photo film just for the potentiality of getting like one good usable shot where it's, you know, your pocket camera has metered the photo right, the act is posing well, you didn't shake your hands like crazy, and like you're always in the same spot. Did I forget to do this? There we go. Alrighty. That is it for us. Alright. So I'm very sad to say I've missed most of this Laker game, and they are down pretty big here with 4 minutes left to go. Oh, classmate in Geneva, self-learned. Now he shoots for all these big conventions for watches, cars, and fashion. His photos are nuts. Ooh. That would be cool. Feel free to share that. I'd love to be able to see. Okay, I guess I'll clean this up while we're here. Did I already? Oh, I did just clean it. Ooh, shooting metal and glass is so hard. A for sure. Dang, those are actually nuts. Damn. Crazy. Okay, I'm gonna turn off this this iron or the gun. Gently have to walk around all the stuff I've flooded my floor with here. Okay, so while that winds down, fuck, I need that solder so I can cover the tip. There we go. Real good. Okay. Thank you guys. You know what? Let's run a giveaway. I have to figure out what though, but before I figure out what it is, let's open up marbles, make sure I don't have an update to run. Alright, junk drawer time. Oh, I know exactly what to give away. We forgot last stream. All right, these are the leftover Gateron CJ springs. Should be about I don't know how many there are here. There's at least 60. I don't know if I can call this 70, but there are 60 plus Gateron CJ springs in here. So if you guys are really into collecting leftover springs, I got you. If you are not into it, don't you worry. There's actually the second portion of this prize is a sticker. We'll throw in a sticker here with this, so one or the other, whichever one you like, you'll be good. Alrighty. Let's just do a random. No, not number one. All right, actually, no. Feel free to vote for whatever you guys want. Got a little Marbles Race giveaway for some junk here. Anybody out there lurking but slightly listening, welcome on in. I have so many stock springs that I have no clue what to do with, but I feel bad throwing them away. Hey, you know what the key is? You got to start streaming so you can give them away. The key to what to do with the springs is to start streaming and run giveaways. All right, let's just do it. I like Gerg's Splash-tastic Adventure. That's a great race, or great map. All right, you guys already know the deal. Followers only, hit that follow button, and then feel free to enter the race. Just want to play marbles. The name is the best part. Gerg's Splash-tastic Sea Venture. Interested in some springs? Exclamation play to join. Meanwhile, oh, by the way, last place finisher does get to choose the raid target. And a couple of things, I will find some hints on who to raid. Looks like Miss Xing Wang is on. Anybody else? I don't know that I see. Oh, Rumi is on. But feel free also, if you guys care to rather use your power to raid your friends or your favorite hot tub streamer, feel free to make that choice should you finish last. Is it possible to raid Amaranth? I don't know. I know that there are some streamers who don't accept raids. I don't, like, whenever I think, like, a joke about, like, raiding a big streamer, it's like sometimes I'm not even sure if they'll allow it. But we can find out. I think she is on, but not sure if she has raids on, yeah. Or it's like, I think there... Aren't there some where it's like the raid has to have like a minimum number? So that way people aren't just like constantly trying to like get raids in. All right, about a minute left to join. Oops. Thank you guys for being here. Gateron CJ Springs with the sticker could be yours. We'll be back here tomorrow, by the way. Her abuse thing's so sad, for sure, for sure. That's a whole crazy situation, man. Like, and people are not really even 100% sure what's going on. It's Wild. Imagine being a big streamer and just getting rated 1 viewer streams for 5 hours. Exactly. It's like, it's got to be off, right? Most of them don't have raid notifications turned on and don't do shoutouts. That makes more sense. Or it's like maybe they'll allow it, but then it's like they're basically not even known. All right, guys. Good luck and welcome to the race. Exclamation play. Oh, Insty. Did Insty make it? Did Insty make it? I don't know if Insty made it. Ah, it doesn't look like Insty made it. Bruh. Rumi's the only keyboard streamer left. It did oh, did Xing Xing just finish? Man, this map is so fun. I like how it's not like a, I don't know, like a dark castle dungeon or just like not the same like cyberpunk themed. I love how fun this one is. Sonus in the lead. Very close to map record. Maybe this is my time. Hey, maybe. Oh, Sinvec. Sinvec's got a lead. Who's it gonna be? Oh, then there's all these propellers. The propellers might trip everybody up. Oh, looking good for Sinvec. It's looking real good for Sinvec. Oh, or all hex. Oh my. Sinvec with the win. Fucking again. This happened fucking last time again. This is the propellers. You never know with these propellers, man. Hey, Sonus, you are really close to being able to choose a raid target, though. There you go. Sinvec, do you claim? Once again, I am able to snatch defeat from the clutches of victory. More springs. Hell yeah. Alright, I take that as a claim, but let me make sure to tabulate this. 1 second here. And then Mr. Sonus, would you like to choose a raid target? Will it be Rumi? Will it be somebody else? Who will it be? You still have my address again? Should I set it again? I'm pretty sure I have it. So long as you haven't moved, I still have everybody's addresses. All right. Still got to work on writing this in here. What's today, the 18th? Gateron, CJ Springs plus sticker goes to our good friend Sinvec. Send it to Rumi. Doesn't seem like any small boys is on. Okay, we'll raid Rumi. Okay. All right. So, guys, thank you. Thank you for tuning in and watching me desolder 4 boards and very slowly fix these plates very stupidly, as we usually do. I will be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing a serious build where I'm pretty sure all I'm going to do is I think I'm going to steal some stabilizers, and then we're going to use a totally different plate and PCB. I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, we're going to do tomorrow. Hey, we're coming back tomorrow, and then we're going to come back Thursday as well. So, what do you think of the Dennis Rodman movie from the 90s? I don't know if I'm familiar with it. I got to look it up, or let me know what it is. Alright, Anthixius just got off work. RIP. Oh, Anthixius, dude. Oh, thanks for being here at the end. Okay, I have to congratulate Rumi on... oh, Rumi just hit 1,000? Alright, we got to... Hey, yeah, send 1,000 followers message here with the eagle eyes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's send that over. Show her some love. Appreciate it, guys, and see you guys tomorrow.